Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
It is just a beautiful night along the Ohio River. We welcome you to Great American Ballpark in downtown Cincinnati to kick off to a 6-game homestand. It begins with the first of 3 as the Reds host the San Diego Padres. Hi again, everybody. Alongside Chris Welsh and Jim Day, I'm Tom Brenneman, welcoming you as always to Reds baseball. And yet another Red rookie starter makes his major league debut. Raisel Iglesias gone on the disabled list. And now we get a look at right-hander John Moscott.
Yeah, for the first time in the regular season, but John Moscott became quite a topic of conversation in spring training because early on down in Goodyear, people looked at him and said, man, this guy's got a great arm. He looks sensational. They kept going to Brian Price every day. What about Moscott? What about Moscott? Well, he's here right now, and we talked to Brian Price about him before the game.
You know, he's been our best AAA starter. He's a kid that we've liked. We see him as one of our better young pitching prospects. He's done everything he needs to do at the AAA level at this point in time to be the best candidate to come in and make this appearance. And because of the injury, he'll probably be in the rotation for at least a couple of few starts, and we'll see where we are.
Where we are is we're very excited to see him take the ball and take the mound here tonight. Meanwhile, the opponent. First time we've had a look at the San Diego Padres, and Chris, really, they made huge headlines during the entire offseason trying to energize what has been really a flatlining franchise.
Well, they essentially turned their roster upside down. They called it Preller Palooza in the wintertime, named after A.J. Preller. He's their vice president and general manager, and he just didn't take a couple of people to move him around. He essentially has a whole new roster, and you see him there on your right. Justin Upton, Matt Kemp, Derek Norris, James Shields, and Cade Krimble to put the thing at the very end. You know, he's got some veterans that he spent a lot of money on. He made some trades, but right now they're one game under 500. They're underachieving. People thought that they were going to the postseason, and they can't even get to 500. So this is a team that maybe hasn't caught fire yet. Hopefully the Reds are catching up at the right time.
Well, they're not catching the right guy based on last year or really in his very short major league career because Tyson Ross has dominated the Reds.
Well, he really has. He pitched twice against them last year, and both games were outstanding. You see the 4 games overall he's pitched against them at a 145 batting average. Big, tall right-hander. He sinks his fastball. He's got a nasty little slider. Not much in the way of a changeup. He just goes with the hard stuff. Tyler Ross does, and he's a pretty good pitcher.
Well, when the Reds left town, Todd Frazier was red hot. Ultimately named the National League's Player of the Week. Had a slow road trip, but now back on his home turf. Can he rev it back up? Jim Day has that when we return. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
A youngster on the mound tonight, John Moscott. I love watching these young kids because this is our future. Maybe our near future. It'll be warm out there, 82 degrees, maybe a spotty thunder shower early. Much of the area remaining dry, but there'll be a few in the area around 7 and 8 o'clock. Partly cloudy, rounding second, 78 degrees. And then headed for home, we're looking at 71 degrees, and skies should be clearing off by then. Give them a little bit of run production tonight. I'm meteorologist Tim Hedrick. Enjoy the game, everyone, on Fox Sports Ohio.
I'm Jim Day on the field. It was a brief 3-game road trip, and on that road trip, Todd Frazier's bat cooled down, but maybe a little home cooking is in store because last time at home, the last homestand, he almost single-handedly carried this team, particularly on that 3-game sweep over the Washington Nationals. 10 for 20 on the last homestand, 4 doubles, 4 home runs, and 7 runs driven in. And he's back in there tonight. I just talked to him. He says, I am nothing but business tonight. Leads us to our IGS bringing the energy. At home this season, his 11 home runs at home, tied for first in the National League, first in slugging percentage, and his average of .337 and 21 runs driven in, top 10 in the league. We are excited about this one. Not only will Frazier will be up there taking his cuts and Cozart, but it's a Major League debut of John Moscott. Tom and Chris are next with Reds Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
Of 23-year-old native Californian John Moscott, who after pitching 77 minor league games is making his major league debut here tonight. There you see the numbers with AAA Louisville. His only loss was his ugliest start by far of the year. Outside of that, he has been spectacular, and now in the big leagues. Turns it loose, strike one to Will Venable. They'll throw that ball out. But I'm sure John Moscott will put that in a place of prominence for many, many years to come. This one underway. His career is underway. Breaking ball up and away. What about the repertoire of one John Moscott, Mr. Welsh?
John likes to throw the ball down in the zone. I mean, that's the biggest thing for Moscott. He's got a sinking fastball. He wants to keep it down around the knees. And sometimes when he ran into problems down in Louisville, he would just simply miss down, which is a good place to miss. He's got 2 types of breaking balls, a curveball and a slider. They tell me his curveball is a little better than the slider. I watched a little video of him, and it's got a nice downward break. And its changeup is a work in progress.
Swing and a miss there, and the first batter he faces is a major leaguer, is a strikeout for John Moscott.
looks like a little slider, if I'm not mistaken. He kind of go over the back door, and the ball had nice depth and sunk, and Venable swings right over the top of it.
You know, you look at Moscott's starts in the minor leagues this year: 0, 2, 2, 3, 1, 2, 0, 8, 1. So you take away, those are runs allowed in each of his starts. So 8 of his overall 20 runs that he allowed this season came in one outing 2 starts ago against Toledo. If you take away that one start, his earned run average would be under 2 for the year, and he would have a perfect 7-0 record. Now, obviously, you can't take away that outing. It was ugly. But everything else has been lights out for Mr. Moscott.
And he's got plenty of stuff. I mean, he's not the type of pitcher like a Michael Lorenzen who's going to hit 96 or 97. But he'll pitch around 91, 92, eventually, occasionally, I mean, throw the ball at 94. So he's got plenty of arm. But the key for Moscott, and you went through that, Tom, if you have a consistency in your starts at AAA, it means you're hitting your spots. Because if you make mistakes down there, they're going to slam you around pretty good. And he was able to do that. And the word that I got is that he's been right around the plate, going right after the hitters, just like he's doing here so far in this inning.
Well, he fell behind Derek Norris, who's among the hottest hitters in all of baseball right now. In fact, Norris has been the best offensive catcher in the National League so far this season. One of the big deals they made during the offseason, acquiring him from the Oakland Athletics. Moscott fell behind 2-0, back-to-back fastballs to even the count, and now it is full.
Fair or unfair, Derek Norris, despite the year that he is having, is 5th in voting in catchers in the All-Star game. So he's not getting that kind of recognition when you're playing out there with the Padres, who are underperforming themselves.
They come in one game, as Chris mentioned, under 500, and there is ball 4, very close on a 92-mile-per-hour fastball. A strikeout, now a walk, 1 on, 1 out in the opening inning. But Black is the manager of the San Diego Padres. In his lineup, you've seen Venable and Norris. Now it's Justin Upton, followed by Matt Kemp, former Red Yonder Alonso. Will Middlebrooks came over from Boston. He's their third baseman. And you get a look at the latter third with the pitcher Ross on the mound, and 2 up, 5 down, despite an ERA slightly above 3.5. Justin Upton. A first pitch breaking ball snaps in there, a strike. Now he's off to a very good start with his new team. An even 300 batter, 12 home runs, 37 batted in. He also has 11 stolen bases so far this year. Former #1 pick of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Spent the last couple of seasons in Atlanta. And now came over. His brother came later. And both of them now in the Padres organization. And how about that? Back-to-back breaking balls for strikes. Back up through the middle, and that'll trickle into center field, a base hit.
Well, that was an awfully good pitch by Moscott that ended up with a bad result. 0-2 was the count. He wanted to go down and away with a slider. He threw it essentially right where Barnhart wanted it. I mean, that ball is actually off the plate. But when you're having the kind of year that Justin Upton is having, you take a pitch like that, you get a little overspin on it, you run it into center field, you turn an 0-2 count into a base hit.
So Upton and Norris, 2 of the big offseason acquisitions, and here's yet another. The cleanup hitter and right fielder, longtime Dodger Matt Kemp. 247 batter, has 26 runs batted in. But the mystery is the lone single home run that Kemp has so far this year. That came all the way back on April the 18th at Wrigley Field. Boy, this guy in this ballpark, granted he only comes in for 1 series a year, but the damage through the years he has done in Cincinnati is mind-boggling. A career .322 batter in this park. We're talking about 40 games against the Cincinnati Reds, and he has just knocked the cover off the ball against Reds pitching for whatever the reason. "27 runs batted in 26 career games here in Cincinnati for Matt Kemp. Appear to be a cross up there. Or at least that had a funny look to it as Barnhart went to catch it.
Yeah, usually after a cross-up, the catcher makes a trip to the mound and talk over the sign. But it looked like Barnhart looking for something else, and that ball just got on top of him very quickly.
Two on, one out. Padres batting here in the top of the first inning. And a breaking ball. Shot into right field on a 2-strike pitch, and that will load the bases. So after the 1-out walk, just a couple of seeing eye ground balls, and all of a sudden the Padres have them loaded.
Bad luck so far for John Moscott because he's made some very good pitches. But what he hasn't really done is come inside at all. And so he's had these guys maybe leaning a little bit. And even on a 2-strike count, you're going to get hitters like this at the major leagues that you don't get very many of down in AAA. And either one of those ground balls could have been right at somebody and be into the dugout right now. But he's got now to deal with a left-handed hitter that Reds fans are very familiar with.
Former Reds #1 pick out of Miami, Yonder Alonso, reinstated just Tuesday this past week after missing 23 games on the disabled list with a right shoulder bruise. And a breaking ball is off the outside corner, ball 1. When Alonso has played, he has been a very, very good hitter. .351 batting average, a home run, 11 runs batted in. 2-0.
Well, the shoulder bruise that he had came from being hit with a pitch. Got him right on the scapula. That's the shoulder blade back there, and it just is something that was such a bad injury that he ended up going on the disabled list. Always been very conservative at the plate as far as chasing pitches out of the zone. Just doesn't do it. Moscott's calling on just about everything that he's been taught along the way. When you get into a jam, what do? Do you reach back and try to throw harder? Do you take your best pitch, take a little bit off, and throw it down on the knees?
3 balls and no strikes.
You know, the best thing that a catcher can tell you at a time like that, because you got all sorts of things racing through your mind if you're John Moscott, and most of them are what-if thoughts. What if I hang a pitch right here? What if he hits a double? What if this? And Barnhart comes out and says, hey, let's get a double play ball here. Just keep it down.
Taking all the way 3-0 is Alonso, and a fastball strike, 3-1.
And that's where you have to call on the positive reinforcement that's in your heart and in your brain out there. You keep telling yourself, I am 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning with a ground ball. I'm going to make that good pitch right now.
Strike 2. Alonso thought it was ball 4. Paul Mallard calls the balls and strikes. Ed Hickok's umpire at first. Mike Estabrook at second. Data DeMuth at third. And that one just does catch a fraction of the outside corner, perhaps. Payoff pitch with the bases loaded and 1 out. He walked in a run. We'll draw a visit to the mound by Reds pitching coach Jeff Pico. Scoring in the first inning is nothing new for these San Diego Padres. In fact, they are tied for the second most first inning runs among all teams in Major League Baseball so far this season. They've scored 41 of them. Only the Yankees with 51 have more than the Padres and the Tigers, each 10 fewer. 1-out walk, a couple of ground balls. It dribbled into the outfield for base hits. A bases loaded walk, making it 1-0. And here's Middlebrooks, whose bat has finally started to come alive here of late.
Well, what a great pitch right there. Middlebrooks is guessing after walking a run in with bases loaded. He's getting the first pitch fastball, and they end up throwing the first pitch off speed pitch, little slider right there. Great call and great execution.
0-1 on Will Middlebrooks with the bases loaded. Comes right back with a fastball that is too low. Since snapping a season-long 0-for-22 hitless streak, Middlebrooks, over nearly a month, has been better than a .300 hitter, with 4 home runs and 12 batted in his last 20 games. High fly ball that'll bring in another run. Hamilton in the bright sunshine will make the catch. Upton tags and scores. 2-0 San Diego. 2 outs in the inning. Take a look at the Reds on defense, presented by Ford. Once more, it is Schumacher in left for the disabled Marlon Byrd. Regular group along the infield, and Tucker Barnhart hangs a sign for John Moscott's Major League debut. Spangenberg, a .239 batter, 2 home runs and 6 runs driven in. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. Ball 1.
Well, you know, your tendency when you're a young pitcher coming up is just to be a little bit too careful. You have a tendency to give big league hitters maybe a little bit too much credit, especially after you've seen a couple of balls dribble into the hole. You think you need to make a perfect pitch every time. And he is either making a perfect pitch or just off the plate. I mean, he's down and away with just about everything he throws to each side of the plate.
Well, 1 more out to go for Moscott to get through this first inning in the major leagues. 2-1 the count, and now 3 balls and a strike. Mention Moscott, a 4th-round draft choice out of Pepperdine University, is the first player from the Reds' 2012 draft class to appear in the major leagues. The 34th player overall from that class to play in a major league game. And he is already the 3rd Reds player this season to make his major league debut, joining fellow rookies Michael Lorenzen and the man he replaces in the rotation tonight, Raisel Iglesias. Ball 4, 3rd of the inning. And already working the phone to the Reds bullpen. They are loaded for Alexi Amarista, just a .194 batter. They're loaded with 2 away. Ball 1. 2-0.
And again, every pitch he misses with is downstairs, the place normally you want to miss, but not when you've got bases loaded.
In there, strike with a fastball. It is 2-1 on Amarista.
Pitch number 35 of the inning coming up for Moscott. I mean, you got to figure that every pitch in his inning has been under stress. Not only a major league debut, but ever since that second batter, he's had runners on base.
2-1 the count. And now it's even at 2-2. Burke Badenhop begins to loosen in the Reds bullpen, and we're just in the top of the first inning. Last time the Reds were here on the home turf, they swept the Washington Nationals 3 in a row. Had a couple of games get away from them, the first two in that series in Philadelphia, before rebounding for a win last night. San Diego had an off day yesterday, traveling into Cincinnati after beating the New York Mets 2 out of 3 to finish off the homestand. 2-2 on Amarista. Pulled foul. You know, it's interesting, the San Diego team, this is just the 9th game all year long. I mean, think about that. Going all the way back to the beginning of April, it is the 9th game they have played this year against a team with a record below 500. And it's the first time in nearly a month when they had a 2-game series in Seattle. 2-2 pitch. Popped up. A 37 pitch opening inning for John Moscott. But at the end of the day, it's only 2 runs. So the Reds come to bat when we return. Fox Sports Ohio, brought to you by Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. By Chevy. Check out their award-winning lineup only at your tri-state Chevy dealer. And by Skyline Chili. Feeling good. It's Skyline time. Unable to plow through that first inning is young John Moscott. Gives up 2 runs. And we'll see if his team can get him right back. Red starting lineup presented by Meyer as the red-hot Brandon Phillips leading off, followed by Joey Votto, then Todd Frazier. Jay Bruce, Zach Cozart, Skip Schumacher at 4, 5, and 6. Barnhart, Moscott in the 8th spot. Hamilton again bats 9th against 28-year-old right-hander. Makes his home in Oakland, California. Is Tyson Ross. He came over in a deal from the A's in 2012.
Now, Tyson Ross has something similar going on to what John Moscott did, because he gets into trouble with bases on balls. Moscott walked a number in the first inning, walked 3 altogether in that first inning. The first one he walked came around to score. Tyson Ross leads the National League in free passes given up.
But apparently when he sees the Cincinnati Reds uniform, he becomes a strike machine, because no pitcher in the league dominated the Reds in 2 starts last year like Ross did, and he puts away Brandon Phillips on 3 straight pitches to begin the bottom of the first inning. This was a very shrewd move, making the deal for Ross, a former second-round pick by the A's in 2008, who really never got a big-time chance with Oakland until 2012. He lost 11 games in 18 appearances that year. They traded him. Well, he comes to San Diego, half the time in the bullpen, the other half of the time in the rotation. Very good ERA. And then last year, his first full year as a starter, a 2.8 earned run average, won 13 games, and went to the All-Star game. One to Joey Votto, and it's off the inside corner. 2 balls and a strike. Votto at 286, 10 home runs, 28 runs batted in. Had 5 hits and 15 at bats through the series in Philly, with 3 doubles and a home run.
You got to wonder about that deal between Oakland and San Diego for Tyson Ross, because Oakland can't afford to make bad deals, especially with good pitchers. But one of the things, of course, with Oakland, Billy Beane and Moneyball and all that, they really emphasize the base on balls for their offensive players, so that they look really down on base on balls from their own pitchers. And Tyson Ross has always had an issue in throwing the ball over the plate. So maybe they say, well, we don't like base on balls to give up. We like our hitters to get them. You can't defend against them, and we don't need a guy in our system that can't throw the ball over the plate. And they made a deal for a couple of players that really have amounted to nobody. Andy Perino and Andrew Warner are the 2 players that they traded to get Tyson Ross. And Ross, in the meantime, has won 13 games last year for the Padres, although he walked 72 batters in 195 innings, and he's leading the league in walks this year, and he just added to his total with the walk to Joey Votto.
Todd Frazier on the last homestand, 11 hits and 22 at bats, including 4 doubles and 4 home runs. Now, he only went 1 for 15 in Philadelphia after being named the National League's Player of the Week on Monday. But maybe a little home cooking will get him started right back where he left off when the team left town. Strike 1.
It's a humbling game, isn't it? I mean, one day you're riding high, just like the Frank Sinatra songs that Todd Frazier likes to listen to. Next day you're wondering where your swing went. Of course, he had a big crowd of hometown folks from Toms River, New Jersey, following him up to Philadelphia to watch that series, and did not get a hit until the last game yesterday in that series. Hit a double off the wall. So you're hitting 500 one week, the next week you're hitting 100.
And really, it continues a trend. You look at what Frazier has done in home games this year compared to when the team leaves Great American Ballpark. And this ball is launched into center field, but backing up short of the warning track and making the catch is Venable, and Votto will stay put. 2 away in the inning, and that'll bring up Jay Bruce. We look at San Diego defensively, presented by Ford. They're hoping to have their regular center fielder, another big offseason acquisition, Will Myers, back soon. He begins a rehab assignment, but pretty dependable out there is Will Venable, especially with that glove. Nothing Padres, 2 out, 1 on. The first inning for the Reds continues for right fielder Jay Bruce.
You know, you got somewhat of an interesting dynamic with Ross on the mound and Derek Norris behind the plate. Norris is one of the best in the National League in throwing runners out. His throwout percentage is very, very high, except with Tyson Ross on the mound. He can't hold runners and never has been able to hold runners. He has already given up 21 stolen bases this year. They've only thrown out 4. Last year he gave up 31 all year long. So teams now read him. Not much of a move to first. Big tall guy, lanky, slow to the plate. And they're taking advantage of him. And the Reds would love to get into a situation where the running game is going to mean something.
It gives you an idea about the kind of stuff that Ross has and what he has to overcome. When you consider, as you look at the stolen bases allowed the last couple of seasons, the most, as Chris pointed out, given up when Ross is on the mound. But you look at his numbers this year and to consider that he has surrendered 97 base runners in 64 innings. And yet his earned run average is just 3.7.
Yeah.
He's very stingy with a home run ball. He's only given up 3. So more times than not, when he's needed to make a pitch, he'll make a pitch. Because most guys, you put 97 runners on in 64 innings, that earned run average is hovering about 5.5.
Did a lot of work out the stretch.
Yes. That's popped up in a short left field, and with a shift on, it's a long run. But Upton will get there, and that will end the inning. A walk, a man left. We played 1-2 San Diego. Offense, they're still hoping it'll get better than where it is now, and it's significantly better than it was this time a year ago. The largest improvement so far in Major League Baseball, and Bud Black will tell you that he feels like there certainly is room for improvement, what with having Will Myers back in their lineup, starting to get more production from Yonder Alonso now that he's healthy again after missing a month, and of course better production from his right fielder Matt Kemp. John Moscott starts Tyson Ross, the pitcher, who leads off the second inning with the Padres holding a 2-0 lead, 2 balls and a strike. Venable to follow, then Norris swung on and missed. 2-2.
You'd like to see him do that a little more, meaning change the eye level of the hitter. If everything is down around the knees, you're forcing yourself to have perfect pitches because the hitters are automatically knowing where to look. So it's okay to live down around the knees, but occasionally you come up, you come inside, then you go back down there again. It's a constant matter of adjustment.
Ross only 2 out of 19 as a batter so far this season, without an extra base hit, without a run batted in, without a single sacrifice this year.
Shares his alma mater with the Red Skipper. University of California, Berkeley.
Three and two, pitcher against pitcher to begin this second inning. And there's strike three called. Second strikeout for Moscot. Well, you know, you can watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in True HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices with MLB.TV Premium. Blackout and other restrictions do apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Beautiful night here in downtown Cincinnati. The major league debut of John Moscot. He allowed a pair of runs, walking 3 in his first major league inning. He struck out this guy, Will Venable, to lead off the game. 1 ball and 1 strike.
You know, this is still a time of daytime when it's very difficult for hitters to see the spin on the baseball, given the fact that there's a bright glare coming from the batter's eye in center field. We talk about it all the time this time of year. On a clear night, you can see the shadows behind, but it's up here where it causes the problem for the hitter. That goes away usually by around 8 o'clock, maybe a little bit later. Of course, we're not yet even to the longest day of the year. That will happen later on this month, but it's a tough spot for left fielders. This ballpark is, and early in the game, it's a tough spot to hit. So don't give the hitters too much credit early on.
That ball driven into deep right center field, and that is long gone. Home run number 4 this year for Venable, and the Padres extend their lead. It's 3-0.
The Padres are out early this afternoon taking extra batting practice. They came in last night. They had plenty of sleep. They were out here early, and they were marveling on how the ball was jumping out of this ballpark. I mean, they were giddy, it seemed like, when guys are hitting opposite field home runs in batting practice. Something you simply don't do, even in batting practice in San Diego. If you hit it to the warning track there, opposite field in BP, you're doing something.
They have changed the dimension slightly this year at Petco Park out in left center, but make no mistake about it. It is still one of the most unhitter friendly ballparks in all of Major League Baseball. It has been since they opened the gates. Behind the plate, Barnhart will handle the pop up and foul ground by Norris, 2 away. Despite being 1 game under 500, the Padres find themselves just 4.5 behind the front-running Dodgers. The Dodgers and Giants here for about a week were flip-flopping at the top and second place. But now the Dodgers with a 1.5 game lead over the Giants, and then San Diego falls in third. Reds have only played, what now, 2 series against Western Division teams, this being the third. They lost 3 of 4 to the Giants, and they dropped 2 out of 3 on the last homestand against Colorado. See, the Rockies are only 4 games under 500. Upton flips the bat in frustration. His pop-up lands in the mid of Phillips. 1 hit, 1 run, a home run by Venable gives the Padres a 3-0 lead. coverage of the 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup begins as China takes on the host country Canada at 5. And then Monday, Team USA's first game, as the ladies from the United States will battle Australia at 6:30 on Fox Sports 1. You can watch games all tournament long on Fox, Fox Sports 1, Fox Sports 2, or streaming live on Fox Sports Go. The U.S. women trying for its 4th World Cup title, and they go in as a favorite. Reds down 3-0. They come to bat here in the bottom of the second inning. Cozart, Schumacher, and Barnhart, the scheduled trio to face Tyson Ross, who walked a batter, retired the other 3 in the opening inning. Deep in the hole, Amarista lets it fly. And unable to handle the short hop over at first is Yonder Alonso. And more than likely it'll be an infield hit for Cozart, and it is.
Amarista made a nice play just to get to this ball and give him a chance to actually make an out on it. Tough pick at the other end, a backhand stab by Alonso, but not able to get it. But that's a dandy defensive move by the Padres shortstop.
Of course, every time you see Yonder Alonso, the first thing you think of, outside of, being just a wonderful young man. We've talked about it so many times, and how during his short tenure with the Reds before being traded to San Diego, getting to know him and his background, his family story, and his mom and dad working all the time, and a lot of jobs that most people might even look down on, and how they work so hard to raise their kids and raise Alonso in Miami after coming over from Cuba. But you think of that trade, high draft picks, Alonso, Yasmani Grandal, another former #1 pick out of the University of Miami at Florida, like Alonso, Brad Boxberger,
Edinson Volquez,
all in that deal from Matt Latos. And you oftentimes hear, as it's 1-2 on Schumacher, follow the trade and let's evaluate it a number of years later. With Latos having been traded to the Marlins, Anthony DeSclafani comes back the other way, in essence, without then following Boxberger being moved along to Tampa, where he's finally starting to come into his own for the first time in his young career. There's strike 3 to Schumacher. And of course, Volquez has bounced around with a couple of teams. But Chris, at the end of the day, the Reds traded away Yonder Alonso, Yasmani Grandal, who's now a Dodger.
And they turned him into Matt Kemp.
Right. And Boxberger and Edinson Volquez,
who was on the mound on a regular basis for the Kansas City Royals,
for Anthony DeSclafani.
Well, it's not like you didn't get anything out of Latos. I mean, he did
no doubt about it.
2 years of 14 win seasons.
Hunter on the move. And Amarista will throw out Tucker Barnhart. Cozart on the second base. Oh, no. I think hey, for 2 years there, especially in 13 when Cueto was hurt.
200 innings plus.
Yeah, Latos was a team ace for 2 years.
But it's kind of funny because the 4 guys that you mentioned that were in that deal, except for Alonso, are all elsewhere.
Sure.
So the Padres got those players and they moved them for other people. The deal that I can't really remember is how Boxberger ended up in Tampa Bay. I know he's throwing the ball.
That was
well
that 3-player deal.
3-team deal.
Yeah.
Those are always the ones that are hard to follow.
Moscott with a runner at second and 2 away here in the second inning.
Kid takes a rip.
Muscat, a sliver of history. He's only the 4th starting pitcher to make his major league debut, batting 8th over the last 100 seasons of Major League Baseball. That one's in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. That young man for the New York Mets, that guy throws gas. You seen highlights of him?
Yeah, I sure have.
Man,
good looking pitcher.
Boy, is he ever.
Kozar's got him bouncing around out there. I mean, you know, in a team meeting going over the Padres that this was one of the things that they wanted to do, was to take whatever they could get as far as run the bases off of Tyson Ross. I'm not sure he's going to be in a position to steal third, but he's trying to get into Ross's head a little bit.
Two down, Cozart at second base. It's a ball and 2 strikes to the pitcher, Muscat. And a fly ball into short right center field. Venable will handle it. A leadoff single, a runner stranded at second. We've played 2, and the Padres lead 3-0.
In the Queen City. I'm Jim Day out here on the Pilot House, and we'd like to welcome in a very special person. We love this lady right here, one of our broadcast partners, Cincinnati USA Regional Tourism Network. Linda Antis heads up everyone in that regard, and everything you need to know about what to do in Cincinnati or the tri-state area. This is the lady to talk to. Now, a Friday night here, a gorgeous weather night, and there's a ton going on downtown. Not only the Reds game, but the Bunbury Music Festival's next door.
Hi, we get Bunbury. I can kind of hear the music, although, you know, there's so many wonderful fans here tonight having a great time. It's so much going on. Beautiful riverfront, gorgeous, almost sunset, little breeze going on. We just love being up here.
Well, we got Snoop Dogg performing this weekend, the Black Keys, so it is very large. Let's talk about, you put this this dorky TV guy on commercials, and right now a campaign going on of Jim's Day Off and using the hashtag Jim's Day Off on Twitter. Explain that promotion. It's going pretty well.
It is going very, very well. Well, what we encourage people to do is if you're a visitor or you're a resident and you enjoy some new experiences that you love to share, snap a photo And then hashtag Jim Days Off, or Jim's Day Off. I can never say that.
It's a pun when my last name is Day.
That's right. But share it with us, and then we can enter you into a contest. We have weekly prizes, and then we'll also be giving prizes at the end of the month. But go to CincinnatiUSA.com/Jim's Day Off, and you can sign up. Share it.
I've had a ton of fun going around all the sites in the city, the Banks Project here, Newport Aquarium. I mean, there's so much to do that we have visited. Went on a Chile tour most recently. This is a big summer for Cincinnati with the All-Star game coming up in July. And I imagine Fan Fest, you guys are all over that.
We are. We're so all over it. In fact, you and I are doing the Reds thing.
Yes. Every Friday to encourage everyone to wear red to work or to school.
Hashtag Reds Friday. But we're so proud of the All-Star summer and the fact that we'll have this huge week, which is really beginning and ending with All-Star Fan Fest, which happens at Duke Energy Center.
And we're looking forward to it as well. July 14th on the Big Fox. We'll have a bunch of coverage on Fox Sports Ohio leading up to that. The Newport Aquarium continues to get rave reviews. And you look at this Banks project. I mean, it wasn't many years ago. There wasn't much around the ballpark. And this is right up your alley as well. So much to do here.
So many wonderful things. You know, people gather at the Banks now. They may not be going to the wonderful restaurant selection. They may be hanging out, but we also have all the gorgeous things right along the riverfront, right there on our front door with the new Smale Riverfront Park. We just opened the carousel.
Check that out, by the way. It's very cool.
Oh, it's so cool. The beautiful swings, the walking paths, the water features. People are hanging out, enjoying our gorgeous riverfront.
Well, Linda Antis, it is always great to see you. And again, it's CincinnatiUSA.com. And if you go on there and buy or book a hotel, as another one unfortunately goes out of the yard, if you book a hotel, you get half-price Reds tickets. And Tom and Chris, Linda says a big old hello to you guys tonight.
Well, we miss Linda not coming up to the booth anymore. I don't understand why we don't have her up here. But she is one of our favorite people as Middlebrooks plays long ball for the 8th time this year. And it's now 4-0 San Diego. But we love Linda, and please tell her we said hello as well.
And she's having a big and busy summer here in Cincinnati.
Two in the first, a home run by Venable in the second, a 2-out solo home run to the opposite field by Middlebrooks here in the third. 4-0 Padres.
You know, Moscott, who's now given up a couple of home runs in less than 3 innings, was very stingy with home runs in AAA. Just goes to show you maybe the difference. Of course, it gets warm. This ballpark starts giving him up a little bit more. He only gave up 5 home runs in the 54 innings that he pitched down there.
Two down here in the San Diego third inning, and a breaking ball is in the dirt. 1 ball and 2 strikes. If you missed the news, the Reds made multiple player transactions today. Raisel Iglesias, a scheduled starter tonight, placed on the disabled list with an oblique strain. We'll see how long that will keep him sidelined. There's a fly ball to right center. Hamilton will track down. The Reds designated for assignment Jason Marquis. We'll talk more about what other move they made when we come back. He is on the DL with that strained oblique, warranting the Major League debut of John Moscott. Pedro Villarreal called up from AAA Louisville and designated for assignment. We certainly wish the very, very best to Jason Marquis. As a tapper by Hamilton, a fadeaway throw by Ross in time on one hop to get Billy on the first pitch here in the bottom of the third inning.
I didn't think he realized his third baseman was right there. Would have made that play a lot easier. Middlebrooks comes in and he probably would have fielded on the next hop. But that's a dandy little defensive move by Tyson Ross.
Well, LeBron James would have been proud of that fadeaway.
That's a way to work a little NBA into the baseball broadcast. Now that we're in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, got to get the Cavaliers even on Sunday. Kyrie Irving got hurt very early on in the overtime last night. And the Warriors win game 1 of the NBA Finals. And now Irving, apparently, after being looked at today, apparently the word is he will be unavailable for the remainder of the finals. It's too bad. Base hit left field by Brandon Phillips. Well, Brandon coming off a terrific series in Philadelphia. And 1 for 2 tonight.
Well, that bounding ball right there finds a hole in that 5.5 hole between third and short. And he's due a few because as many hits as he got in Philadelphia, I mean, he hit the ball even harder than the numbers show. I mean, everything he hit seemed to be scalded and right on a line. Up time, he just gets a little good break there, and may say he deserves it.
You know, Chris, I was starting to mention, and I know you would feel the same way. You know, the Reds took a chance on Jason Marquis when they brought him into spring training. Pitched beautifully out in Arizona. Had his moments with the Reds. He had some he'd certainly like to have back. But I tell you, you talk about a pro's pro on the field and certainly off the field is Jason Marquis. We wish him nothing but the very, very best, whatever his future may bring.
Yeah, you're right.
That is the second hit for the Reds against Ross. They trail 4-0. We're only in the bottom of the third inning. Here's Votto, who walked his first time up. Well, Brandon is a perfect 8 for 8 in stolen base attempts. And what with the numbers we showed you earlier, and over the last 2 seasons, all the stolen bases when Ross is on the mound. Let's see if the Reds, even down 4-0, try to push the envelope a little bit.
He and Yonder Alonso are down there having dirt fights. After he went back to the bag, Brandon threw a little dirt on the back of Yonder Alonso. Then Alonso picked up some dirt and tossed them at Brandon.
Nothing in 2 on Votto. Really chokes up on that bat with 2 strikes. Takes off the outside corner.
Well, you can see when you watch Tyson Ross why he has control problems. I mean, he does a lot of stuff wrong, and if he wasn't such a tremendous athlete, he probably would never ever be able to pitch in the major leagues the way he pitches. First thing he does when he brings his leg up is start to arch his back, and he kind of pitches around the baseball, and it gives him a little funky move and maybe tough to pick up from a hitter standpoint, and maybe a little extra movement, but he defies a lot of conventional pitching logic.
One ball and 2 strikes on Votto. And another foul ball. Well, you talk about a great day in Reds history for a fellow that every time you see him, he has nothing but a big smile on his face. Leo Cardenas. On this date in 1966, he hit 2 home runs in each game of a doubleheader. Drove in 8 runs. as the Reds split that twin bill with the Chicago Cubs back in 1966. 2-2 to Votto. That was the season in which Cardinals hit a career high 20 home runs. 4 in one day. Started 2. Did he go? They appeal and no, says Dana DeMuth. Dana the crew chief. Payoff pitch coming. Ross to Votto. Phillips running, and it's ball 4. That's walk number 2 in this game for Ross. We'd like to remind you, if a Red hits a home run off that Toyota sign out by the PNC Power Stacks tonight, Denise Coy from Hamilton will win that beautiful Tundra. You can register for your chance to win. Just stop by your Cincinnati and or Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. All right, a chance for a little action here. Todd Frazier has 16 home runs. He lays into number 17, and you're right back in this thing. Reds trailing 4-0 with 2 on and 1 out, batting in the 3rd. Fastball outside, 1-0 to Frazier, who flied out to center field his first time up. Two and up. Big swing and a miss on a 94-mile-per-hour fastball. It's 2-1 to Frazier.
Not only 94 miles an hour, but it may be a perfect spot, maybe even off the plate right there. Frazier looking for a heater, looking out over the plate, maybe getting something a little bit farther away than he thought it would be.
Phillips at second. Votto leads at first. 1 out. Phillips takes off. So too does Votto. Throw down to 3rd. Brandon is out.
Oh my.
Two away in the inning.
They may take a look at this one. I'm not sure. They can take a look in slow motion. Did he get his hand in there before the tag was on him? They tagged him on top of the back. The initial signal from the dugout was, Brandon, take your time coming in there, but I guess they couldn't get any better look inside the video room.
That's a big second out in this inning. It's now 2-2 to Frazier. And a little broken bat, pop up, short right field. It will be caught on a diving play made out there, and tumbling forward is Kemp to take away a hit and an RBI for Frazier. So the Reds go from 2 on and 1 out. 1 on, 2 out. End of inning on the spectacular catch by Kemp. Sunday, July the 12th. Tickets are available online at allstargame.com. Be a lot going on here at the ballpark on that Sunday. Futures game, and celebrity softball game, and a lot happening all over town. Of course, getting started on that Friday will be the big All-Star Fan Fest over at the Duke Energy Convention Center, leading right up to the Home Run Derby here on Monday night. The All-Star game itself on Tuesday night, the 14th. San Diego bats in the 4th inning. Padres have scored in each of the first 3 innings in this, the major league debut of John Moscott. He will face 8, 9, and 1 in the batting order, and Alexi Amarista pop up into short left, handled by Schumacher, 1 away.
Now, the Padres have scored in each inning so far. The first inning rather ugly with 3 walks, a couple of base hits that found their way through the hole into the outfield. But quick strikes in the second with a home run by Venable, a home run by Will Middlebrooks, and those solo shots usually don't hurt you, but when you're already down by 2, and especially the way that Tyson Ross has pitched in his career against the Reds, it just makes it tougher and tougher. This really needs to be a scoreless inning.
Trying to lay a bunt down for a base hit. It's 0-2 on Ross, who struck out on a 3-2 pitch his first time up.
He looked a little angry with himself for not getting that down. It's not often you see a guy hitting 100 right on the button get angry about his hitting. It's like your dad getting angry about his golf. He doesn't. Wouldn't do him any good.
Hold on. He doesn't get angry with his golf?
No, you just.
I mean, I don't go play, so I don't know. But I know his temperament. I find that almost impossible to believe.
Great temperament. The only thing he gets angry at are his playing partners.
When you play slowly.
Exactly. Or not even slowly, just not real fast. You can play.
So just grip and rip.
Exactly. And then run after the ball like Steve Smith.
3-2 again on Ross. Two-upper down to Frazier, and that's out number 2. Now, have you been the guy that more times than not draws his wrath for pace of play, or is it somebody else more times than not guilty?
Sometimes I'm falsely accused of pace of play.
Okay.
Because it may take me fewer shots to get to the green, and I might take a few more moments to size and putt up.
Well, it definitely takes you fewer shots to get to the green.
When you look at the whole course of things, I mean, I'm faster than the other ones, especially even your dad, because he may take 5 shots to get to the same green I'm getting in 2.
Well, where does Jim Day fall into all that?
Oh, well.
Because, you know, for those that don't know, when you guys do decide to play, more times than not, it's you, Jim Day, Cowboy, right?
Yeah, Cowboy's in the group.
And my dad. And there are others that will, you know, sort of drift in and drift out. But that's the primary quartet. Jim, would you like Chris to speak for you, or would you like to address this?
Oh, I'm a hack compared to Chris Welsh. She's by far the best golfer in the group.
That we know. I'm talking about drawing the wrath of my dad.
Chris probably draws more wrath. Just because he's good, so he takes time with each shot. But it is correct, he takes very fewer shots to get to where he needs to be. But during the process, yes. But there's no one that doesn't get the wrath from your dad. You should know this. And I've said this before, and I will say it again. There's the stroke play, the Stableford scoring system, and the Brenneman scoring system. It might have taken him 8 strokes to get in there, but it's going down on the card as a 5.
I love it. My kind of player. Scoreless inning for Moscott. Fourth inning, our T-Mobile game and changing. Jay Bruce. Plate appearances per walk in each of the last 4 years. Now this is one area where he has gotten better and better so far this year.
Well, you hope this happens for every player as they get more and more at bats in the major leagues, more experience, they get a better eye at the plate. I mean, this is the Joey Votto effect taking over for Jay Bruce, because I don't think anybody on this ball club is as patient at the plate as is Votto. That's good to see, because as long as Bruce continues to chase pitches down and away and pitches in spots that he can't hit, his batting average is going to be very low. You shrink that zone a little bit, it's a different story.
It really goes to show you what the walks will do, obviously, for that on-base percentage, because despite the fact that Bruce last year hit .217 and this year he is at .221, his on-base percentage last year was .281. This year it's at .340.
Well, if you had one bit of advice to give any hitter at any level, it would be swing at strikes. Because a pitcher loves nothing more than throwing something up there in an unhittable part of the zone or just outside the unhittable part of the zone and have a guy wail away at it and hit it off the end of the bat and hit a little dribble to the shortstop.
Well, a light shower came down momentarily. I mean, it lasted for all of about, I don't know, 2 minutes. And now I think it stopped. Or maybe it's hard to tell. If it is coming down, I mean, it is close to nothing more than a mist. Third strikeout of the game for Tyson Ross. One out here in the Reds' fourth inning for Zach Cozart, who had an infield hit his first time up. And now it is just an ever so light shower. It will not stop play.
You look up at the sky, there's nothing really but blue skies. That one black cloud.
Yeah, appears to be coming in, which you rarely ever see coming in directly from the north. A weather pattern as it comes over from the upper deck on the third base side.
Boy, he wanted that one. Ross, that is. It's a big boy. 6'5", about 230 is what they have him listed. Looks even bigger than that.
3 balls and 2 strikes on Cozart. 4 runs, 4 hits for San Diego. No runs and 2 hits for the Reds. Cozart a hit, Phillips a hit, and Ross has walked 2. Rain now coming down a little harder, forcing many to vacate their seats and look for cover. Gone swinging Cozart. 4 of those now in the game for Ross. Back-to-back here in the 4th. We invite you to stick around tonight and for every game afterwards. We call it Reds Live, brought to you by Performance Kings Honda. We'll recap the game, get interviews from the locker room. Jim Day standing by from the Fox Sports condominium following tonight's game where the Reds trail in the 4th inning 4-0. Schumacher looks at a fastball, strike 1. Oh, and 2. Ross getting into a little bit of a groove here in this inning.
And he's speeding up the pace, too. And that's always a sign that a pitcher's feeling better and better about himself.
A leaping grab made by Yonder Alonso in a 1-2-3-4 for Tyson Ross. We go to the 5th. Padres in front by 4. Ford, go further. By Meyer, find more for a healthier you at Meyer. And by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on the U.S. News and World Report's best children's hospitals in America. Well, it's starting to rain considerably harder now, despite the fact, as Chris mentioned, you look up from where we're sitting, right behind home plate. You look over to the west, blue skies. You look to the south, blue skies. You look to the east, blue skies. But all that's meaningless, because sitting directly above the ballpark is a dark cloud which exhales this rain on us.
Not that same dark cloud that followed the Reds around during that 9-game losing streak.
And for 2 days in Philadelphia, because those were as dark a moments as the Reds have had this year. Those were just 2 gut-wrenching losses.
Yeah.
Have the 2-run lead, opening game of the series, game-tying home run. Philadelphia ends up winning the game. And of course, you have Mike Leake working on a 1-hit shutout going into the 9th inning with a 4-0 lead, only to watch that vanish after Chapman blew his first save in a year, nearly a year. Comebacker off the bat of Norris, right back to John Moscott. That's out number 1 here in the 5th, with San Diego leading 4-0. Coming up later on, we'll have our Miller Time moment, brought to you by Miller Lite. Speaking of Philadelphia, 3-3 game at home against the Giants. That game in the 5th. The Nationals with a 5-1 advantage over the Cubbies. Chicago winning the opener of that 4-game series last night. Pirates trailing in Atlanta. They start those Friday night games a little later in Atlanta. That one started a little less than an hour ago, and it's 2-1 Braves in the 3rd. Cardinals and the Dodgers are playing back-to-back weekend series. Well, the Cardinals, they just keep on rolling. They wiped out the Dodgers in the opener of that 4-game series last night. 36-18. That is the best record by far in Major League Baseball so far this season.
And they've come back from a number of injuries to be able to just continue to figure out a way to win.
Showers continue to fall with 1 out, 1 and 2 to Upton here in the 5th, and that ball is smoked into left center, but Billy will go and get it, a diving stab in left center field.
I don't think you can hit a ball a whole lot harder than Upton hit that ball. I mean, right on the screws. And Hamilton went right to the spot at the right time, laid out for it. Big league defense, was John Moscott is saying.
2 up, 2 down. Moscott coming off his first scoreless inning of the game, and now he'll try and make it 2 in a row as he faces Kemp, 1 of 2. Ground ball down to 3rd. Frazier on one knee, backhands, inning over. All right, 7 in a row retired by Moscott. Reds offense needs to get to work, trailing by 4. Meal deal for $9. Just check concession stands around the ballpark. You get a hot dog, a bag of chips, a 16-ounce Coke, and during this homestand, the snack that smiles back. Pepperidge Farm Goldfish. All that for $9. The Kroger Meal Deal. That little fella go for some goldfish right about now. That one shot into left field off the bat of Tucker Barnhart in the rain here in Cincinnati. And the Reds have their third hit of the game against Tyson Ross. They need a lot more than that, down by 4 here in the 5th. The night is over for John Moscott in his major league debut. He allowed 2 runs and 3 walks in the first inning. In each of the next 2 frames, surrendered solo home runs. But over the last 2 innings, 6 up, 6 down, retired the final 7. And 11 of the last 12 batters he faced. So it didn't start well, but it finished on an uptick.
And he's probably going to get another start. With Raisel Iglesias on the disabled list with an oblique strain, Moscott will get another start next week. I believe it'll be the last game of that Phillies series.
Well, the Reds do not have, after having a number of off days here recently, they don't have a nib for the foreseeable future. And here we get a look at Ivan Jesus Jr. Brought up from the minor leagues. You see his numbers at Louisville, and boy, he was so impressive in spring training. His dad was an excellent player for many, many years in the major leagues. Tonight is his Reds debut. He was promoted on Wednesday after Marlon Byrd was sent to the disabled list. Most of his starts at Louisville came at third base. Made 17 other starts at first. He started at second, started a game at short. One and 2 on De Jesus. It's a strange connection to Cincinnati. De Jesus' father became very close with a family here in town, and he has lived here off and on for a number of years. Does a lot of work with a youth baseball team here in the area. Ran into his dad about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Always a big smile on his face, very friendly. Was so excited about the spring he had. In this his first year in the Reds organization. This spring his son had. One and 2 the count on De Jesus. And foul tipped into the mid of Norris. 5th strikeout of the game for Ross.
I gotta believe that's a slider that Tyson Ross is throwing up there. He throws about 45% sliders and about 55% fastballs. He doesn't throw much in the way of a changeup at all. Against right-handers, that ball looks like it just goes straight down. I think every one of his strikeouts, at least coming from the second inning on, have come on that same pitch, the slider.
I know we talked about it a moment ago, but it really is so bizarre. If you're sitting where we're sitting right now, this rain, because now to the north where all this stuff's coming from, we're getting nothing but the blue skies again.
So you want to be a weatherman. Well, the Padres have had 2 rain delays this year in the most unlikely of places.
Knocked down by Ross, and then he knew who was running, got rid of it as quickly as he could. That'll be an infield hit for Billy Hamilton. Advancing on to second is Barnhart.
Ross kind of blocks it with his body right there, and that's the only way you're going to get Hamilton anyway, once you've got to chase that ball off the dirt of the mound. He made a play like that earlier. So if you make one play like that, then you're not sure whether it's skill or luck. If you get another chance, well, then you find out the answer.
All right, now you have the Reds' hottest hitter in this lineup, Brandon Phillips, with 2 on and 1 out. Reds down 4-0. Phillips singled into left field his last time up. He was trying to make it a 1-run game with that swing and a miss. Before Brandon Phillips had that turf toe injury, he only had a total of 2 extra base hits, a slugging percentage around .345. Since the injury, 7 extra base hits, and that slugging percentage has jumped up close to .500. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Brandon Phillips.
Having a hard time laying off that slider. I mean, that must just look so good. And you can see from our center field camera that ball just, the bottom drops out. Why even wait for a sign? You know he's going to throw it again. Threw a fastball that time.
Two on, 1 out, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Brandon Phillips. Reds trying to get on the board here in the last of the 5th inning, down by 4. 3-2.
Now the Reds had a similar situation in the 3rd inning. 2 men on, 1 out. Brandon Phillips tried to steal third base, was thrown out with Todd Frazier at the plate. On a 3-2 count, do you send Barnhart at second? Probably not. Not with Votto in the on-deck circle.
Ball 4, and there's an at-bat that got away from Ross. He was ahead of Brandon at 1 ball and 2 strikes. And now they're loaded for Votto, who's already walked twice tonight.
You know, every time I see Buddy Black, we don't see him that often because the Reds only play the Padres twice a year. But he gets more and more gray hair. And I'm wondering if some of that might not be directly related to managing Tyson Ross. Kind of digging his own hole out there.
Who's chatting with his bench coach here, Dave Roberts, as it's strike 1, a borderline strike 1 to Votto. Well, he has not surrendered a run to the Reds, spanning 19 innings. Votto tries to change that right here and right now with the bases loaded and 1 out. And it's 0-2. Bases loaded for Joey Votto. 1-2 pitch Off the inside part of the plate. 0-2 has become 2-2.
Similar to his last at bat that he worked into a walk.
Barnhart, Hamilton, Phillips at third, second, and first. And the 2-2 to Joey. Rolled foul. Well, it looks like the rain has stopped. A lot of fans making their way back into the seats. And they're hoping to get there and to be getting excited about a big hit from Votto. Ross, a long look in, works out of the regular windup. And a base hit into left field by Votto will score a pair. And the Reds right back in it on a bases loaded single by Votto. It's a 4-2 game. Boy, what a beautiful piece of hitting that is.
Very patient at bat for Votto. He took a fastball early in the count to make it 0-2. Seemingly right down the middle, which told me the entire at bat he's looking for a breaking ball. And he gets that breaking ball, even though not bad location, down, but he rifles it into left center field for a base hit. There's some guys, when they take a pitch and it's right down the middle, you can see them visibly get angry with themselves, like, oh, that's the one I was looking for. But not so with Votto. I mean, he knows what he's looking for. And if he doesn't get it, he's not necessarily going to chase something that he's not looking for.
All right, the Reds not ready to write off this fifth inning with just two. They have Todd Frazier up there with Phillips at second base. Joey Votto at first. Frazier is flying to center and had that little flare into short right field that looked like it was on its way for a base hit and an RBI, and Matt Kemp came sprinting in and made a diving, tumbling catch. Strike one right down the middle of Frazier. Grounded foul over by Jim Riggleman, the Reds' third base coach. And 2 to Frazier. Oh, 2 pitch coming. Struck him out. And that's that pitch you referred to a minute ago, Chris. Just takes a nosedive down and away from the right-handed hitter.
Yeah, really an unusual looking slider. Most sliders from a right-handed pitcher are going to go more away than down. Pretty good grouping of pitches right down there in the bottom outside part of the strike zone.
So now it's up to Jay Bruce if the Reds are going to get more than 2 here in the last of the fifth inning. Bruce has popped to left and struck out swinging. Phillips at second. Votto leads at first. And Ross delivers. 0-1 to Jay Bruce. Bruce has 7 home runs, has knocked in 23. Reds threatened back in that 3rd inning when they had 2 on and 1 out. They ran into an out before the outstanding play made by Kemp to end the inning. They get the bases loaded, 2-run single by Votto here in the 5th to make it a 2-run game. But now Ross has Bruce around the neck at 0-2. And there's strike 3 right down the middle of fastball to end the inning. Big strikeouts to Frazier and Bruce. Votto a 2-run single. It's a 2-run game at the end of 5.
I'm Jim Day. As we told you in Philadelphia, Devin Mesoraco has begun working on a second position, that being left field. He began the process, or continued the process, I should say, today with Billy Hatcher, and we talked to him about perhaps being a left fielder too. And here he is with Billy Hatcher right here. This is before today's game. Now they're taking baby steps right here, working on his footwork and basically just the basics. Which way do you turn your hips? Which way do you turn? What do you do on a ground ball? And Hatcher's certainly one of the best teachers at it. Now, Devin Mesoraco, as we told you, met a specialist in New York, Dr. Brian Kelly, who will perform a surgery on his hip whenever. And they told him he cannot further injure that hip if he goes out there and plays left field. We talked to Devin before the game as well.
Take all the fungos and stuff that you want, and that's not really going to replicate the game feel. I think I need to get out there, go play a little bit wherever that's at, wherever they have planned. But I know here for a couple days I'm just going to be working with Hatch and kind of get a good feel, and then at some point, once they deem me ready, they'll send me out and go get them.
Devin talked to a number of players that have had this surgery, and one of those is Matt Trainer, one of the few catchers that have had the surgery. And Trainer told him that he has had no setbacks whatsoever and no problems. Mesoraco only feels the pain when he is squatting in the catcher's position. He does not feel it running at all. So once he works with Hatcher here in this homestand and all goes well, they will send him most likely to AAA to play left field and perhaps get that all-star bat back in the lineup. He wants to do whatever he can to help this team in 2015.
Well, Jim, thank you very much. I got to tell you, I sat here and watched Devin Mesoraco during the Reds batting practice before the game today. That work that we showed you was some of the stuff he was doing before BP with Billy Hatcher. But then once batting practice began, Mesoraco went into left field, got himself ready for every pitch that was thrown to the different batters that came through. And I got to tell you, he looked very, very good running around and getting the ball. In fact, he made what you would call a great catch on a line drive that was hit in front of the wall way out in left center field. In fact, he went crashing into the wall. It was sort of an odd sight to see, obviously, during batting practice. But, you know, to no one's surprise, Devin Mesoraco is taking this very seriously. He wants to be back and playing in the big leagues.
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, this is why he's trained his whole life. I mean, he wants to be a catcher, but if you can't catch, you want to get back in there. You're talking about the guy who was penciled in as the cleanup hitter in the lineup. So, at what standards do you hold him defensively? I mean, over the years, you don't put your best defender in left field. You put your hitter out there. If he can mash, you find a place for him to play.
I mean, he's a much better athlete than I think oftentimes any of us ever, give, for that matter, all catchers credit for. But when you watch him out there running and sprinting and chasing after balls, whether it be line drives to catch them or ground balls to go cut them off, it was very impressive today during Reds batting practice.
Well, you go back a few years, Tom. All the left fielders that the Reds have run out there,
oh boy,
and look at them from a defensive standpoint. You can play with them. A lot of them.
Brooke Badenhop, meanwhile, takes over on the mound following John Moscott here in the 6th inning. Moscott 5 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs. He walked 3. All of those were in the 2-run first inning. Struck out 3. 2-2. Pulls a string, but able to make contact and dribble it foul is Yonder Alonso. He'll be followed by Middlebrooks. And then Spangenberg here in the San Diego 6th inning. It's a 2-run ball game. Long way to go. Marcelo Iglesias placed on the disabled list before the game today. The strained oblique. Chris, you've had a couple of those during your career, right?
Yeah, it's a very common injury, mainly for pitchers. And it usually happens on the opposite side of your rib cage from where you throw. So I talked to Raisel Iglesias a little bit, as much as we could communicate, but he showed me where it hurt, which is on the left side of his rib cage towards the back, and he showed me when the moves he makes where it hurts, and it's typically when you move your trunk around opposite of where your hips go, and that's when you pop an oblique. I never knew it was called an oblique. That hurt side muscle.
That's right. It's like the word contusion rather than just bruise. Now it's contusion.
Well, I feel more educated than tonight. I still say bruise.
Or
can you have a
the old sophomoric philosophy, and I'm all about sophomoric. The more you study, the more you know. The more you know, the more you forget. The more you forget, the less you know. So why study?
I think I've gone through that logic too. Of course, I don't tell the kids that.
Well, we're not either.
Now, if you can have a bruised ego, can you have a contused
Yes, you
ego?
can. I've had it contused, if that is a word, many times. Most days by my wife.
Well deserved, I'm sure.
I'm sure. Check swing, and he went around. So back-to-back batters taken care of by Brooke Badenhop.
Badenhop, another one of those guys that just has to live down there at the bottom of the zone. Middlebrooks can't hold back. Live at the knees, change speeds, move it in and out. Preferably they hit the first or second pitch of the at bat, and you're out of there with a ground ball.
Line to the left center field. That'll be a 2-out single. In fairness to Badenhop, look, he doesn't need to be told. Nobody needs to be told that April might have been the worst single month of his major league career. Having said that, in fairness to him, and he might be pitching in mop-up duty, it doesn't make any difference. Whenever he has handled the ball, and all he can do is just take the ball when they give it to him and go get people out. In his last 8 games, spanning 11 innings, he has a 1.74 earned run average. So, we've talked about it frequently, and Braden Hopp's not alone in that Reds bullpen. There are a lot of guys who, you have 2 options. You can continue to think about how bad it's gone, or you can just start today and say, all right, today I got to go get people out and just keep plowing forward. And he's moving forward.
You have to. I mean, you've got no choice. He's a veteran. He's been around a while. He played 4 years in Florida, a year in Tampa Bay in 2012. A couple of years ago, he was in Milwaukee. Last year, 70 games in Boston. I mean, he's been a go-to pitcher in as much as he gets a lot of game appearances. I mean, in every one of those years, except the very first year in Florida, he's pitched in at least 35 games. More often than not, he's up around 60 games a year. So, you know, this guy's not going to let a bad April set him down. He knows it's going to only get better.
A lot more clouds and a lot darker clouds are rolling in now from the north and bringing with them some additional rain. Those are the numbers we were talking about for Braden Hopp. A brutal April, really good May. 1-1 on Alexi Amarista. His job tonight to keep this at a 2-run game. Trouble here down the left field line, and that will be off the wall, and this will bring in another run. A single and a double after 2 are out, and the lead becomes 5-2 San Diego.
I think they're going to appeal to third base, but first they're going to pull the tarp off. Amarista goes with that ball and puts a little pop into it. I think he surprised Schumacher as to how far that ball actually went. One hop into the warning track off the wall right there. When he brought it back in, I really thought, I'm watching the runner coming around, that Spangenberg may have missed third base. We will have to wait a little while to find that out.
Well, they're getting busy getting out that tarp quickly, as it's raining harder now than it has at any point in time, and it looks like this is just one cell passing through from the northwest, and hopefully it's through here right quick. But if you believe the radar, that cell, albeit small, has some sock inside of it.
Is that what that red color means?
That's what that red color means, yeah. Right?
Well, this isn't the best effort on the grounds crew part. We got some issues going over there by first base. There we go.
And look at that. They're all over it.
Oh, yeah. That's what teamwork is all about right there. One guy having trouble, you come over him and help him pull the load. There's some humps that they may better check to make sure nobody's underneath there. Remember Robin?
That away, fellas. That away.
Remember Robin Habish? She's one of the groundskeepers. Fell down.
Yep.
They covered her up. They finally crawled under there and got her out of there.
Right.
She's still on the grounds crew.
Yeah, she's out there by the shortstop position.
Yeah, there she is.
I think she is the only female member of the Reds ground crew. Am I right about that?
I think you're right.
Or is there one other? She might be it.
Now, do you think you take a count? You count all to ever make sure that there's nobody under the tarp when they put it on? Okay,
that's right.
Whoever's not here, please raise their hand.
But see, you see that though. That you're right. But man, when you start getting that little pocket of air under there, you can lose somebody in there. Well, we won't be sitting here very long, we don't think. At least, again, if you believe the radar. It doesn't appear to be anything behind this. So hopefully it'll get through here quickly.
Tom, we visited with CincinnatiUSA.com. And they've got that promotion, Jim's day off.
Yes.
Well, I'm wondering, I watch that all the time, and I know what Jim's doing on his day off, but I'm wondering what he's doing during a rain delay.
You know what? That is an excellent question.
I don't see him down in his normal spot down there in the camera well.
Well, we understand he's on his way over to the Fox Sports Ohio condominium, his second residence. Underneath covering along the third base side on the main concourse here at Great American Ballpark.
Oh, they're waiting for him too.
Big crowd already settling in, waiting on Jim Day. And Jeff Piccolo will join him, of course, over there. We can tell you the Giants and the Phillies are tied at 4 in the 7th. Cubs making a comeback. They were down 5-1 in D.C. Now it's a 1-run game in favor of the Nationals. Atlanta 3-1 lead over the Pirates in the 5th. Milwaukee interleague play tonight. Playing in Minnesota, where the Twins are the division leaders in the American League Central. And Milwaukee out to a 5-0 fourth inning lead. Well, let's bring you up to speed on our Honda game summary. John Moscott making his major league debut. With one out, he walked a batter, allowed a single, another single on a couple of ground balls and dribbled into the outfield. Then he walked Yonder Alonso to bring in a run. They scored 2 in the first inning. Venable made it 3-0 with a home run to right center in the second. Middlebrooks with 2 outs and none on, an inning later homer to right center field. It was 4-0 San Diego. But the Reds loaded the bases off Tyson Ross, who had not allowed a run to the Reds in 19 innings. And Votto changed that with a 2-run single to left. Ross would strike out Frazier and Bruce to avoid further damage. And then in this 6th inning in the rain, after Burke Badenoff retired the first 2, he allowed 2 hits and a run. San Diego with a 5-2 advantage. We will take a timeout and continue our coverage of Reds baseball. You're watching Fox Sports Ohio. Rain has stopped here in downtown Cincinnati. It's a beautiful night. Temperature-wise, you couldn't ask for much more. Very low humidity. And that very small cell just blows right through here, and we're just about set for baseball. Padres lead 5-2. They're batting here in the top of the 6th inning. It has been a run-scoring inning for San Diego. 2 out hits from Spangenberg and a run-scoring double by Alexi Amarista to make it a 3-run spread. And now on to try to get the final out of this inning is right-hander J.J. Hoover.
J.J. Hoover will be the second pitcher of this inning as Badenhop has been taken out with a runner at second base. You got to figure it's at a long rain delay. That'll be all for Tyson Ross. They're in the number 9 spot in the order anyway. So they'll pinch hit for him, and that's why J.J. is in there. 24 games now for Hoover, a 2.1 earned run average. Aside from one bad game in Milwaukee, he has been pretty much lights out the rest of the way here so far in 2015.
The reserve outfielder, switch hitter, Abraham Almonte will pinch hit for Ross. 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, 7 strikeouts, walked 3. Reds got him for 2 runs in their last at bat in the 5th. So Amarista at second, and here we go in the top of the 6th inning, and a breaking ball drops in there to Almonte, strike 1. Still a long way to go. 1 hour and 9 minutes, the length of our rain delay here tonight. 1 ball and 1 strike. Runner at second, Amarista, and the delivery is a fastball at 92 miles per hour, fouled away by Almonte, and Hoover ahead at 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Hoover, when he gets that fastball going, it's usually a couple of miles an hour faster than 92. He works right around 94. The breaking ball of choice for him is a curveball first, about 75 miles an hour, and then a slider.
Check of the runner, and the 1-2 pitch is fouled back. Reds at 23 up, 29 down. San Diego is a win away from an even 500 record. Padres have won 7 of their last 11 after a lengthy cold spell to begin the month of May. And that breaking ball stays high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And we mentioned about the schedule this year for these Padres. They played 47 of their first 55 games this year against teams with a record at 500 or better. That's the highest total in Major League Baseball. Not only that, it is 11 more games than the team with the second most, and that would be the New York Yankees. A lot of the fans who came in right around 7 o'clock tonight have hung around through the rain. And here we are at 10 after 10 Eastern time, and there's another fastball, and once more it's fouled away by Almonte.
Pretty good at bat right here by Almonte. This is one of those at bats that, you know, you come right back from a rain delay. There's 1 out left in the inning, but there's a man at second base, and it's a big run out there. You know, you look at the Padres, you've talked a lot of time about their 1 game under 5. They really haven't done anything really good or really bad this year. I mean, at home and on the road, their splits are about the same. April and May, just about the same. 1-run games, just about 500. Blowout games, just about 500. And this is a ball club that a lot of people who followed all their stuff over the wintertime thought that they would be a cinch to make the playoffs.
Been an 8-pitch at bat so far now for Almonte. Well, Bud Black is in his 9th year as manager of the San Diego Padres, and let's be honest about it. Really, for his first 8 seasons, this was a Padre team on paper. You didn't figure out a chance to win games. This year, a little different ball game. We'll talk more about that later. The pop-up ends the inning. Reds will bat in the bottom of the 6th, trailing by 3. Of John Moscotti allowed a couple of runs in the first inning. He walked all 3 of the batters that he walked in his 5 innings in the first. Had a walk, sac fly, then 3-0 on the Venable home run in the second. Middlebrooks a home run to right center field, making it 4-0 in the third. The Reds finally broke through against Ross. A bases loaded 2-run single by Votto in the 5th. And then Amarista, a 2-out double down the left field line, plating Corey Spangenberg to make it 5-2. And now you're up to speed as the Padres will go to their bullpen. Guy that's been around for a number of years and has been a solid pitcher in the San Diego pen through the years is Dale Thayer.
Yeah, Thayer originally broke in with the Tampa Bay Rays, but that was when he was 28 years old. He's now 34, so he's been around a while, but he kind of had a late start.
Well, he throws his first pitch a ball, and then Cozart goes after the very next pitch and lifts a fly ball down the right field line for an easy out. Now, you notice the numbers on Thayer, that ERA in the 2s. But this has not been a particularly good bullpen, especially considering where they were a year ago, where they were by far the #1 bullpen in all of Major League Baseball. Their closers had some issues. You say issues. Now, Craig Kimbrell has not blown a save, but he has not been nearly as dominant as he was through his career in Atlanta. And we're only talking 2 months in, so we'll see how it plays out.
But when you do acquire him to be the back end of your bullpen, you expect an automatic upgrade, and it hasn't been that way.
1-on-1 to Skip Schumacher, and that's off the outside corner. Washington hangs on to defeat the Chicago Cubs tonight, 7-5 in D.C. Meanwhile, the Pirates, who are really starting to play well. Pittsburgh a 7-5 advantage in the 8th inning, batting at Turner Field in Atlanta.
Did you check out Andrew McCutchen lately? He wasn't doing too well when the Reds saw them early in the year. Injured, batting in the 100s. He's pretty close to 300 about now. And when he gets hot and he gets healthy, that ball club is a different ball club.
Well, they've also gotten some of that starting pitching straightened out. I mean, we know about Cole and know about Liriano, but all of a sudden Charlie Morton is healthy again, throwing the ball well. 3-2 on Schumacher. And hooked. Foul. Nice play made by the ball boy down there.
He's played some ball before.
I mean, that was to the backhand side. No dive, no nothing. Just bam. Snatch that thing. Yep. Tip of the cap. Ball forward to Schumacher. So he makes Thayer throw some strikes and outlast him. And here comes Tucker Barnhart. Tucker started the 2-run 5th inning rally with a single into left field. He scored along with Hamilton on the bases loaded 2 RBI single from Votto. Looks like Thayer's having a hard time finding that strike zone. We talked about Cozart's at bat. His first pitch from the bullpen was nowhere near the plate. And then Zach chased a pitch, and here on a 1-0 pitch, it's popped up. And the ball falls in. They throw to second where they get the force out. Well, nothing you can do about that. Fielder's choice goes center field to the second baseman. This is an alert play made by Venable.
Well, and it's alert play, but he keeps his cool out there. There's Upton calling everybody off at the last minute. Ball, he just misses it. But you're right. If Venable doesn't come all the way in from center field, they don't have a player to make that play at second base. It's a different looking inning.
Christopher Negron now bats for Hoover, so he came on to face one batter in this game. Christopher has had a really rough go of it. At the plate when given the chance to swing the bat. Jumbo Diaz, Pedro Villarreal cranking it up in the bullpen. Negron has 8 hits and 64 at bats so far this year. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And it's not like the Reds are using him a lot as a pinch hitter. I mean, bear in mind now, only 2 of his 64 at bats have been off the Reds bench. Breaking ball is strike 3 called, and that will end the inning. A walk, a man left. We played 6 after the rain delay. Padres lead 5-2. Let's roll the Fan Express to Great American Ballpark. And dates for the Fan Express are filling up quickly. So if you're interested, call 513-765-7600 and reserve the Fan Express for your group today. They waited it out through the rain delay. Well, we mentioned among the 4 roster moves made by the Reds before the game tonight, one of them involved this man that brought back up from the minor leagues. It's a guy that I know, Chris, caught your eye last year and certainly Jeff Bramley's eye. And that is right-hander Pedro Villarreal.
Well, Pedro now 27 years old. He was drafted by the Reds in 2008, 7th-round draft pick out of Howard College, which is in Big Spring, Texas.
Broken bat roller. Brandon is there. The flip. How about that? Are you kidding me? That's a play that his dad said, why don't you try that sometime? I dare you to do it. He did it one time earlier this year, but this time the feed goes to the pitcher.
Which makes it even more difficult. Votto sees that Phillips is going to get it. He tries to go back to the bag, but Villarreal is there.
That's incredible.
That's even good form on that. I mean, he sees where he's throwing it. He's not blindly throwing it, hoping that it's going to get there. He threw that ball and knew that it was going to be an out if someone was there to catch it.
And Villarreal never giving up on it in a full sprint on anything to the right side. Got there in time. Almost like an option quarterback. Of course, Jim Day told us that story when he did it the first time, and here's a ball driven into deep left field, and that one is out of here. A home run for Derek Norris. And now the Padres enjoy for the second time tonight a 4-run lead. This guy's having some kind of year.
This is the first home run that has been given up by Villarreal all year long, whether it's in the minor leagues or in the 3 innings now that he's pitched up here in the big leagues.
Well, Chris mentioned earlier where Norris ranks among all catchers for the All-Star balloting, ranks 5th, and he should probably, at least right now, deserve to be the starter. There's a ground ball to short. You know, all the other positions, you know, it's hard to argue. Some might argue Frazier over Matt Carpenter. You know, look, you're flipping coins. Johnny Peralta right now is the leading vote getter at short. D. Gordon, you can't argue with that at second. Adrian Gonzalez, I believe, is the leader at first. He should not be. He's having a good year, but nowhere near the year that Paul Goldschmidt is having in Arizona. In the outfield, you got Stanton, you have Matt Holliday, and you have Bryce Harper. I don't know how you could really, and not to say there's not a guy here or there that you could say maybe for this guy, but all 3 of those guys are having good years.
Yeah.
And I noticed that in the second round of balloting, there was a change at the catcher's position. Yadier Molina was leading, and now it is Buster Posey of the Giants. Harper by far the overall leading vote getter, with Carpenter second, and Posey now checking in 3rd most.
Now, didn't they change the way that you can vote online this year, as far as the way you log in and vote?
I don't know that.
I mean, are we getting more or fewer votes than you have in the past overall?
You know, I don't know. The only thing I do know, we've talked about this before, is that this is the first time ever where there are no paper ballots any longer. They used to pick up at different ballparks and vote while you're sitting here in a game.
I do know you get, out of every email address, you get 35 votes.
Right. So for a guy like you, and being as tech savvy as you are, you know, you have your own server at home. So, I mean, you could have potentially hundreds of different email addresses. So the thousands of times that you would be capable of voting.
I share my at-home server with my neighbor, an elected official.
Here's a check swing, and he went around. That'll be strike 3. I'm not going to touch this with a 10-foot pole. It's an easy target. 6-2 San Diego in front. .35 times, as Chris mentioned, on the 2015 Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot. You can find that at Reds.com. Vote early, vote often at Reds.com. Well, the Reds come to bat against a new San Diego pitcher. Brandon Maurer takes over for Dale Thayer, who works a scoreless inning with a walk and a strikeout. Strike 1. Nothing wrong with those numbers.
Maurer is 10 years younger than the previous pitcher, Dale Thayer. He came over from the Seattle Mariners last year in a trade in the offseason for Seth Smith, right-hander from Orange, California. Pretty good arm as that one goes up there at 96 miles an hour. Maurer was a starter, at least a part-time starter in Seattle, the parts of 2 seasons that he spent there. Well, you see the trend that they do now to Billy Hamilton more and more. They're just throwing that four-seam fastball up in the zone, trying to get him to lift the ball into the air.
2-2 on Billy. And that's punched into shallow center. It will be caught by Will Venable. Well, Hamilton took one away earlier in the game to Justin Upton. And now it's Venable's turn to deny Hamilton.
Well, don't you love now that every field in the major leagues, except for just a couple, are all natural grass? I mean, because you may not get this play on artificial turf. Guys are really, they'll get about halfway there. They're thinking, do I want to dive on this concrete covered with a little carpet? Sure. So they back off and they field it on one hop. But you get so many more diving plays, especially in the outfield. Especially after it's rain like that. It's got to be kind of fun diving on that stuff.
Well, we have talked before about what an outstanding athlete Will Venable is. He was a two-sport star while he was in college. Here's a swing and a miss by Brandon Phillips. He lettered 4 times in basketball. In fact, he even thought about running track, but a standout in baseball and basketball at Princeton University for the Tigers. Well, they had some pretty good teams now. I mean, you know, they had a lot of good basketball teams there. Had over 1,000 career points in basketball. 2-1 the count on Brandon Phillips. You're a 1,000-point scorer in college basketball. You have had a really, really nice career. Really good. Tapper to the shortstop, Amarista. 2 away. I'd like to remind you, Saturday, MLB on Fox Sports 1 returns. The Rangers take on the Kansas City Royals. And then it's baseball night in America. The Pirates and the Braves. Coverage begins at 1:30 Eastern on your home for baseball every Saturday, Fox and Fox Sports 1. 2 up, 2 down here in the Reds' 7th, trailing 6-2, and now it's Joey Votto. He's been on base all 3 times tonight. 2 walks and a 2-run single. Went around and now Joey behind 0-2. Joey's still not among the leaders, where he normally is sitting right at the top in the category of on-base percentage. He is just outside the top 12 in the league. It's where Paul Goldschmidt, his on-base percentage this year is a stunning .470.
Barry Bonds type number.
Yes. Votto never leaving the box after that one high and tight. And he strikes out to end the inning.
How about that?
It's gone and on it. And we're on our way to the 8th. San Diego in front, 6-2.
It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Well, here we go. Top half of the 8th inning. San Diego in the first of 3 over the weekend with a 6-2 lead. Don't forget tomorrow if you're considering coming down. And then tomorrow, Barry Larkin bobblehead. Yes, to the first 25,000 through the gates. And that is a 4 o'clock start tomorrow afternoon here at Great American Ballpark. Then our regular 1:10 starting time to wrap it up with the Padres on Sunday before the Philadelphia Phillies make a visit, their only visit to Cincinnati this year, starting Monday night. Want to know on Yonder Alonso, 0 for 2, drew a bases loaded walk, plating the first run of the game in the very first inning. You know, it's so interesting. You see teams for the first time, and as we talk about frequently, you know, outside your division, you only have one series at home and one series on the road against a team, in this case from the National League's Western Division. And you get a chance to see some people that you know quite well and others that you don't know all that well, but you're getting to know as the years go by, as there's a base hit in the left center field. And for many of us who started in this particular field of work, in my case some 30 years ago, you're frequently asked, besides your dad, who is your favorite announcer of all time? And for me, that person happens to be sitting in the booth next door, and that would be the legendary Dick Enberg. 42 years broadcasting the NFL, 28 Wimbledon championships, 23 French Opens, 15 Final Fours and national championships, Super Bowls, Rose Bowls, U.S. Opens, 4 Olympic Games, Ryder Cups, heavyweight boxing championships, you name it, he's done it a whole bunch of times. And this year he will be honored into Major League Baseball's Hall of Fame as the winner of the Ford Frick Award. Enberg started his incredible broadcasting journey broadcasting then the California Angels games in Anaheim alongside the late great Don Drysdale. And it was so interesting talking to him tonight in his preparation for a Hall of Fame speech. Brandon, are you kidding me? Wow! Behind the back, starting an incredible double play. Whoa, brother, it doesn't get much slicker than that. Oh, man.
If you're Zach Cozart, you better be wide awake out there. Because there's a good chance you're getting the baseball. You're just not sure how or where it's coming from. What a play.
Well, we go to commercial break, showing that to you one more time. You can watch games all summer long, and it will not get any better than this right here. Reds Live. It's presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing right here on Fox Sports Ohio. And tomorrow, Reds Live kicks off at 3:30. Game coverage at 4. Andrew Kashner, hard-throwing right-hander, going through some bad luck. An ERA under 3.5, and he has 8 losses. Michael Lorenzen will start it for the Redlegs. We invite you to join us. Tickets are available, by the way. And again, the first 25,000 through the gates tomorrow receive a Barry Larkin bobblehead. Joaquin Benoit takes over on the mound. He's been around a while.
He has been from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. He broke into the major leagues with the Angels. He's been there for quite a few years. Never really a closer, but always closer stuff. He's having another pretty good year. He's 4-2 on the year. He's been in 24 games now with an earned run average in the mid-2s. Has only given up 10 hits in his 22 innings.
One of the things we heard about and read about leading up to this series, being the first game of the year between the Reds and the Padres, is how mightily this Padres bullpen has struggled so far this year. Number 1 in the league last year. Only 4 teams have a higher earned run average from their bullpens than do these Padres. They are Atlanta, Colorado, the Reds, and Arizona. You'd never know it by watching him throw tonight.
Now, they've got some pretty good arms. Maurer was a very interesting guy because he's a converted starter into reliever, and he's having a good year. Benoit, well, as I said, has some closer stuff. Averages about 95 on the fastball. Used to be just a 2-pitch pitcher, fastball split. Now he mixes in a few sliders. And of course, Kimbrel is still throwing 100 miles an hour, but they're sizing him up a little bit more this year. So far. I think last year, though, I'm not exactly sure of the stat I read, but I do know that with their bullpen as good as it was last year, when they led after 6 innings, their record was ridiculous.
Lost 1 game.
I mean, they just never lost. So if you can shorten the game to 6 innings, then that's the goal of every general manager when you start getting your bullpen together, is to shorten the game as best you can. Padres were able to do that. The problem was they just didn't lead enough after 6.
That one fouled out of play. It remains 3-2 on Frazier. This will be the 8th pitch in this at bat. Jumbo getting loose in the bullpen. And the payoff pitch coming to Frazier. Once more fouled out of play. Pitch number 9 in this at bat. Ball hit hard, but Upton at the track, able to haul it in, 1 away. Jay Bruce 0 for 3. Padres pitching tonight has really handled Frazier and Bruce. Not a single hit between the two, and been a couple of situations, especially that in that 5th inning, Ross delivered back-to-back strikeouts after the Reds had scored 2 and they had 2 on with only 1 out to get Frazier and Bruce ending that inning. There's a bouncer down to first. 2 gone. You know, tonight we had really what's Major League history tonight. Remember that former Wisconsin Woodchucks pitcher Pat Venditti?
Yeah. Ambidextrous, right?
He made his Major League debut tonight for the Oakland Athletics. Played collegiately at Creighton University. Was with the Staten Island Yankees. Came up. The last pitcher who threw with both arms in a Major League game was September the 28th, 1995, when Greg Harris did it with the Montreal Expos. He was the only person in the modern era to do it. 4 pitchers in the 19th century did it. But when you think back, since 1884, only 1 person until tonight had ever pitched with each arm in a Major League game. Cozart, a fly ball in the center field, and the Reds are gone in order. We're off to the 9th. All San Diego. So spoiled watching this guy through the years. 4-time National League Gold Glove winning second baseman of the Reds. Not once but twice tonight doing his thing.
Now this is remarkable enough. Playing first base, puts it right on the bag, perfect timing. Pedro Villarreal there to get the flip and make the out. But the play at second base.
You just marvel watching this guy play through the years.
Really? It's unbelievable.
I just don't know how you, and I don't say it because we announce the Reds games. It's just unfathomable of me to believe, and this is no shot at DJ LeMahieu of Colorado, or who was a kid, Darwin Barney, the one year he won it with the Cubs. It's just unfathomable to believe there is somebody who is a better defensive second baseman, I don't care how old he is, than Brandon Phillips is. And when you just watch those two plays tonight, you ask yourself, who else makes those plays? And he makes all the routine stuff. He's not one of these guys that, you know, like a lot of young players, middle infielders, they'll make the spectacular and then they'll throw one away, or they'll kick the routine. That doesn't happen. So if you see those, I just wonder how anybody else besides him can ever win that award. Now, that won't last forever. We know that. One away as Jumbo Diaz retires the first batter he faces.
Well, you know, Tom, all those awards that are like that, the Cy Young Award can be won very similar to a Gold Glove, where it comes down to voting and somebody's more subjective about something than another. And so if you're just in the top 2 or 3, and he is every year defensively, I mean, that almost should be good enough. The problem is, though, you don't have the Gold Gloves put on your mantle. And really no way to get around it. I mean, you can say that about a number of players that have come along. You know, there was a year that a lot of people thought Johnny Cueto should have won the Cy Young Award. Or Danny Jackson win the Cy Young Award in 1990. If not for the streak by Orr Hershiser. So, you know, if you're right there in the conversation, you've had a great year and a great career in the case of Brandon Phillips.
Jumbo retires the first 2. If you're looking ahead of the Reds' 9th inning, they'll have Schumacher, Barnhart, and a pinch hitter for Jumbo Diaz. Venable, a home run back in the San Diego second, his 4th of the year. Ross, the pitcher of record for San Diego. Moscot, the same for the Reds. Villarreal goes 2 innings, allows 2 hits and a run. Gave up the home run to Derek Norris. Jam shot. No one's going to throw out Venable here.
Well, we usually choose a strikeout for our Cholula flamethrower of the night, but since it was 99 miles an hour and he started up the old chainsaw to get it done, even though it results in a base hit, we'll call that our Cholula hot sauce flamethrower of the night. Right in your kitchen, Max.
And the age-old adage in baseball, he says, well, it'll show up as a hit in the old box score tomorrow. Here's Norris. You know, Norris was a guy who benefited from quote-unquote Moneyball. He was a guy that was also negatively affected by the theory of sabermetrics in baseball. And what I mean by that is, obviously, he was able to come through the Oakland farm system and got a chance to make it to the major leagues and prove himself as a major league player. Having said that, you know, the A's, when they're playing in a game over the last number of years, and Norris is a right-handed batter, and they had a left-handed batting catcher to complement him, you know, oftentimes it could be the 4th or 5th inning, or a crucial moment in the 7th inning, 8th inning. And Billy Beane, the general manager of the A's, fully expected Bob Melvin to take Derek Norris down for a pinch hitter when a right-handed pitcher would come into a game. And I remember talking to Melvin. He said, you know, he said, if this guy ever gets a chance to play every single day, He said, look, our system has worked. It's worked very, very well. They went to the playoffs every single year. Norris was there and won a lot of games. Never got to the World Series, but they won a pile of games. But he said, I really believe maybe more than anybody on our team that if this guy got a chance to play every day, and we're hoping he will with our team, that he is going to put up some big-time numbers. Well, here he is. He's getting that chance, and we're only 2 months into his season. But he's knocking on the door of 40 RBIs. And he almost knocked over Jumbo Diaz. And that's like trying to chop down a redwood. Reds will bat in the bottom of the ninth, trailing by 4. Sports Ohio has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers, proud sponsor of the Cincinnati Reds. We take a look at our Miller Time moments, brought to you by Miller Lite. We've seen great infield defense by Brandon Phillips, and for both teams we've seen great outfield defense. RBI chance taken away early on by Matt Kemp on a little flare by Todd Frazier. Hamilton, the diving stab to his right on a liner to left center by Upton. And then it was Venable's turn to take away one from Dilly. Bottom of the ninth inning. Reds get one more crack at him. And the Padres will hand it to the only left-hander they have down in their bullpen, and that is Frank Garces.
After seeing all these big guys in a ball game like Jumbo, like Mauer, and so on, you get Garces in there, who's 5'11", 175 pounds. Looks rather diminutive. 15 innings, 15 hits, and 11 strikeouts on the year for this lefty, who is from San Cristobal, Dominican Republic.
And Schumacher will bat. He's 0 for 2 in the game. He walked his last time up. Barnhart next, the switch hitter. And then a pinch hitter for Jumbo Diaz. Reds have already used off their bench tonight Ivan De Jesus Jr. and Christopher Negrons. All they have left is left-handed Brennan Bosch and switch hitter Brian Pena. Ball driven in a deep left field, and Upton circled it. That'll be a double.
Well, he's had his share of problems out there tonight. Upton has. For as fine a year as he has had offensively, and it's his free agent year. And he's bound to have some suitors next year because he's only 27 years old. But circle up the wagons on this one.
And he started to develop this reputation in Arizona. It really was his defense more than his offense. It started to send him out of favor. then as a right fielder, now playing, of course, in left field. As you mentioned, Chris, he was a guy who came up in that same draft class with Jay Bruce, and forever they've been 1 year to the next, depending who had more home runs under 23, 24, 25. And it looks like Upton is on his way to probably having better overall numbers when they both would hit a free agent year than Jay Bruce. There's a liner into left, and he nearly fell down going after that. It is very wet after all the rain we had. Granted, it wasn't long as far as time is concerned, but when it rained really hard. It's incredible. You brought up earlier about how the Padres have had 2 rain delays, both of them on the West Coast, one in San Diego, the other in Los Angeles. This is the first rain delay they have had outside of Southern California.
And they are in a 4-year drought in Southern California that is historic in proportion.
Bouncer. It flattened out. That's a pretty nice play by Amarista, boy. That ball hit the lip between dirt and grass and just flattened to the ground, and he hung with it.
Never played the infield, but always heard infield instructors say, always prepare yourself for a bad hop, because anybody can catch a good hops. And that was a bad one there. Well, you could just see that ball go right between your legs into the outfield.
So now the Reds are down to their final out. They trail 6-2, and the batter is Billy Hamilton. 1 for 3 in the game. Singleton scored in the 5th. Had that hit taken away on the diving play made by Venable his last time up. One to Billy Hamilton. Reds will send Michael Lorenzen to the mound tomorrow. He'll be opposed by Andrew Cashner, a really hard throwing right-hander for San Diego. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Hamilton. And of course a Southern California native. A ball lined into center, and this will do it. Venable the catch. And a 6-2 final. The Padres win it tonight in the first of 3 from Great American Ballpark. Reds Live is coming up right around the corner. Padres 6-2 winners tonight.